Hello and welcome back to Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, where today I'm going to play with a couple of infamous monkeys, very infamous monkeys, and then move on to attempting to basically punch out all of the low-rank hub quests. So that's what's on the docket today. So let's go have a meal in preparation for these monkeys. Ooh, ultra lucky. Not bad. -5 Thunder Res, not the best, but should be fine. Might also be a good idea to have some flashes, just to make it so they can't focus me down. At least not for the whole quest. And I think we'll be fine with what we got now. So, time for the final invitation. There are 2 Rajang, each with golden fur. Hunters, I have prepared a special stage for your grandest performance. Demonstrate your true power. Well, let's not disappoint our Scarlet Mystery Man. I see my idea to bring flashes was a good one according to the devs. I was told these monkeys had golden fur. There we go. And we can see monkey number 2 with our auto tracker. Wonder when he's gonna actually join the hunt. This guy sure likes to spin. What I'd like to see is more beam attacks. Fewer punches, fewer spins, more beams. See, that's kind of close, but I want you to do the beams that you stay on the ground for. At least he's out of rage. That said, the faster we get this particular monkey down, the easier the quest is going to be. So I'm going to pull out all the stops right now rather than waiting for the other one to show. Use this shock trap in an attempt to piss this monkey off. Succeed. And then, now that he's pissed off, he can actually get put into a pit trap. Excuse me, that didn't touch me. Yeah. Since he's mad, he can go into a pit trap. Okay, rude. And he is out of horns. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of damage time on that pit because he just clipped us as he was falling into the pit. Yeah, there was no getting out of that for me. And no getting out of that one either. Wow. That was just a rude combination of hitboxes and walls. More beams. Thank you. Ouch. That's great. Do more of them. Thank you. Okay. Stepped into it. Went a little early. That's on me. Oh, I'm out of first aid meds. Okay, so the second one shows up when the first one is dead. Oh, he's a big boy. He's a very big boy. Look how big that boy is compared to this one. Hey, Hans. I'm just in awe at the size of this lad. This has to be a forced gold crown. Has to be. One horn down. Ouch. More beams, fewer spins. Fewer punches. I beg you. I need beams. Because your beams don't get that much bigger just because your body's huge. They also give me nice big openings. Ouch. Yes, more of those. Horn number 2 gone. You want to get out of the corner? Or at least do a beam from in the corner? Okay, what are you going over there to do, bud? Having fun? Buddy, I would still love to see you do additional beaming. Less spinning. You see, that was more spinning. I want less. Also less jumping. Less punching, too. Just beams. Beams forever. That's all I want to see you do. Beams are easy to deal with. Thank you for cooperating. Alright, we're out of rage. That's good. Shame he had to flinch on the first hit, not the second. Buddy, can you stop? Okay, the hand got me. Fine. Wasted an opening. But I was running out of stamina anyway. And he's mad again. Let's go ahead and flash him. Why not? Probably because it'll prevent him from doing as many beams, and beams are exactly the thing that we want him to do, but we had a supply flash. And I wanted to put that ration in me. Nice, I actually nailed the head with that somehow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just gave us the flashes so that we could carve the one. Did the second hit of that super pound seriously not hit anything despite going straight through his body? Oh well, we win. Infamous monkeys defeated. Sure, I was a little overgeared wearing G-rank equipment instead of high rank, and instead of low rank. But hey, they're down. Let's see if this guy is indeed a gold crown. I bet he is, though. He is way too big to not be a gold crown. Unless this guy was gold small. Which, I mean, hey, maybe, but the size difference between these two is enormous. Silver large. Not even gold. And he was that big. And gold small. So we did get a large crown, but not gold. And we did get a small crown. I mean, I guess if you go straight from a gold small to a silver large, it does strike you with, holy hell, that thing is big. I just wish it was also gold large. It would have been great if I got both gold crowns in one quest. So once we're done with the farm here, our next order of business is go to the guild hall and get to work on clearing all of the low rank quests there. Because once we're done with that, then we're done with low rank completely. And then I move on to high rank village. And then high rank guild hall. And then finally we make our triumphant return to G rank, hopefully with lots and lots of honey stocked up. Because boy do I go through honey like it's nobody's business when I'm doing G rank quests. I'm just going to make sure that I've fully upgraded all of my armor. Nope, don't have the true armor sphere I need to hit maximum defense with this stuff. And I'm not going to get it for quite some time. But that's fine. Marvelous! Our hunter makes us proud once again. To get rid of 2 Rajang in one fell swoop is an absolutely amazing feat. Even though I don't have any more quests that I can give you, that doesn't mean your path as a hunter has reached its end. At the Gathering Hall, you should be able to find quests that fit your advanced level. From now on, I'll have to settle for admiring your progress. I do have a reward for you, though. You should find it quite useful. I mean, maybe. Have I ever used a Poke Ticket Plus? I don't think I have. Alright, time for these 1-star quests. These'll be the real deal. We'll start with this Geodrome. Truly, it will test everything we've learned. Just gonna take the stuff that I get to keep afterward. Why go for my cat? I mean, I know my cat is smaller than me, but... Hard quest is hard. I don't know how I managed it. There was so much back and forth there. Really could have gone any which way. There were times when I feared that I might fail the quest. But I powered through. Found the courage within myself to keep going. Found the inner strength to see it through to the end. And finally, I've surmounted the task. I'm going to check and see how much I've got in terms of ore and bugs. Because if it's enough, I think I might just, for the sake of time, ignore those and only go for the honey and mushrooms. Because mushrooms I can always use more, specifically of these. Blue mushrooms I am surprisingly set on. So, Macalite we're golden, Dragonite we're golden, Carbolite we're golden. Beltalite, we are just fine. Melangor, we could probably stand to have more of, though. So the G-rank mining node is worth it. Yeah, G-rank mining node. How about bugs? We've got plenty of a bunch of stuff. Emperor crickets we've got more than enough. Phantom butterflies we've also got a good amount of. Mostly thanks to the tree, I suppose. So yeah, I'm thinking honey, mushrooms, and G-rank mining node, and just say goodbye to everything else. Also dung. Dung is fine. Hello there, Obi-Wan. To fill you in on what you've missed, Obi-Wan, you missed a pair of monkeys, one of whom was gold small and the other was silver large. Followed by truly the hardest quest known to man, Guild Hub 1-star Geodrome. Kitchen. I know we don't need to eat for these quests, but my cats aren't all max level, so eating for the quests anyway is still preferred. Oh boy, I got Defender High. That's gonna help for this next 1-star quest. And just gonna check and see what level my cats are. Okay, so 98877. So let's give Daigo some meat to cook. Help him catch up. And actually, we got Defender. Let's go for a 3-star quest instead. Double Khezu, Rathalos and Rathian. I'm thinking Rathalos and Rathian. Yep. Wonder how many paintballs I've got just from stealing them from boxes while having auto tracker. Because I don't think I've combined more than like one paintball. Paintball. Not paintball. That's a completely different type of ball. Oh good, that was just a flyover and they're not hanging out together. Hello, Rathalos. Rude. Hey, bud, you know what'd be cool? Fireballs. Lots and lots of fireballs. From the ground, specifically. See, wasn't that cool? You should do it more. I can work with spins. I can also work with fireballs from the sky, though I do naturally prefer them from the ground. Way to just bury your face in the floor there, bud. How has this thing not been KO'd yet? There it is. Yes, Obi-Wan, it was a quick head break, but this is a low-rank quest, and I am wearing G-rank equipment. And also, Rathalos' head is super soft. Oh, look at my cat trying to... Or, no, I guess the Rathalos was just going for me to begin with. I was going to say, look at my cat trying to bring these fireballs to me. But it was not my cat's fault. I am sorry for blaming you, Ray. Nice para. Didn't save me any time whatsoever, but good job doing it. And she is just flying over straight into the mountain. Hi, lady. Not the move I was trying to do. And there goes her head. Just once I would like to actually dodge a roar in this game. Every time I try to dodge a roar, it just puts the iframes at the start of the roar, so I get roar stunned later into the roar, which means I'm roar stunned after they're done roaring. And there we go. Gen 3 was very good to Rathalos and Rathian with the redesigns. They look so much better in later games. Like, they are gorgeous animals in Gen 3 onwards. But in this game, this thing is ugly. She is ugly. And Rathalos isn't any better. I don't remember when the last time I actually put something in here was, but it was definitely a while ago. Alright, back to 1 star. Buldrome, Blangos, Mountain Herbs, Congalala, Congas, Mushrooms, Cephadrome, Daimyo Hermitar, and Piscine Livers. 8 of them. Oof, that's gonna suck. Let's go for the Cephadrome. That's the least pleasant hunt that we still have there. No, I don't need to bring my own Sonics. They'll give me Sonics. Probably not going to need any of these. This is a 1-star quest, but still. And that fin on his back tells me he is almost dead. Wow, at this rate it would have been faster to actually go back to base camp and throw myself down the well. I bet if I positioned better, I probably could have killed him during the shock trap by exclusively hitting his head instead of also getting some hits on his neck. I'm sorry, where is this fish even going? Did it literally just go all the way around just to get to the other side of this cave, which was 2 load screens away from where it originally was? It sure did. But it took freaking 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps to get here. There we go. Killed him with a smack to the toes. And now it's time for your reminder that canonically, Cephadromes have blue and purple scales. You just can't tell because they're so covered in sand that it makes them look like they're sand-colored. But no, their scales are, if you clean them off, they are purple and blue. And Cephalos have blue scales. See, look, its color is a brilliant blue. You just can't tell because it's covered in dirt. Juratotus actually has a similar thing going on. Its scales are iridescent when clean. Which you can actually see a little bit in tempered Juratotus, at least. Because of the way tempered affects their coloration. But yeah, Juratotus scales are iridescent when they are clean. We just don't get to see them a whole lot because mud. And Lavazioth scales are golden, but we don't get to see those because lava. Basically, if it's a fish and you can't... And if it's a fish and it's covered in something, and it's in a Monster Hunter game, its actual scale color is different than what we would expect. Plesioth, on the other hand, those scales look exactly as you would expect because you can see them. Okay, this quest is gonna suck, and it's gonna suck hard, which is why I am doing it right now, to get it out of the way. I am bringing my own Sonics. I will return to base camp to replace them at some point. And I'll even bring a Farcaster to facilitate that. Yeah, we gotta get 8 Piscine livers, which is like a 30% carve from a Cephalos. This is gonna suck. It's gonna suck so hard. It's gonna be awful and terrible and boring. But it must be done for the sake of completion. If we're lucky, they'll increase the drop rate of the livers for the quest. That would be nice. But I don't think they're going to do that. Oh, please. Save me a Sonic Bomb. Died way over there, huh? Alright, we are 1/8 of the way done, Eigendrome. Okay, maybe they did increase the drop rate. We are 1/4 of the way done. I heard that. Come here. Fine, Sonic Bomb. Damn it, too far. That got it, though. Shouldn't you be dead? I killed another Cephalos with less than a super pound. So I guess it was to the back and not to the leg. Oh, please, stay above the sand. Stay right there. Don't. You jerk. Okay, it's gonna save us the Sonic anyway. You're not dead? Oh. We got our first non-liver. And our second. Hi again, Drome. How's it going? If only I was looking for the fish. Probably would have been able to at least tap that one before it got too far away. Alright. That Gundrome, it's going to stick around for a while, but this fish, I got to take advantage of him being willing to be above the sand on his own accord. Really? Hey, Noel, grats on your Acantor. You may have launched me, but I killed you. Yay, a liver. Just need 4 more. We're halfway there. Hey, fish. Stop. Ooh, do enlighten me on what you've learned about Freedom Unite. Got this Cephalos over here trying to escape the map, knowing that its time is limited unless it can. So is what you're trying to say there that player skill determines how difficult the game is? Because that's absolutely true. Yeah, I would never describe Freedom Unite as being particularly hard. The only things that make it, you know, anywhere more, even considerably to be more difficult than more modern games is the hitboxes are jank and the monsters don't get tired. That's it. Like, honestly, go play GU, fight a hyper monster. That's harder than anything that Freedom Unite will ever throw at you. And yeah, some weapons can't combo as well as they can in later games, which I guess that adds to the difficulty, but like, I'm using a hammer. The difference between hammer in this game and hammer in 3rd gen is if I do this 3-hit combo, I can't hit R to continue the combo. The combo just ends after 3. I can still dodge after. And if I do this, I can't go straight into a 3-hit combo. And also the level 2 charge is 2 swings instead of just an uppercut that's used for gap closing. But beyond there, this is pretty much Gen 3 hammer right here. They're very similar. this just doesn't flow as well. But that lack of flow only really cuts my damage output during knockdowns and stuff. Times when I would have the chance to use the flow. And during those times, I still get to do lots of damage. And monsters generally have less HP than they do in later games in this game. So yeah, it's not really a big difference overall. Like, in terms of game feel, yes, it's different. But in terms of additional difficulty or anything like that, not really. Overall, it's about the same. So the only thing that really sets this apart from a Gen 3 game is the monsters have worse AI. Sure, they do a little bit more damage, but they have worse AI, worse hitboxes, and they don't get tired. I think a lot of what people are remembering as difficulty in Freedom Unite is just attacks hit you that feel like they shouldn't. Some monster designs are just not great, like Plesioth. And then there's monsters like Fatalis that just have their damage numbers tuned way higher than they needed to be. That's it. Like, oh, it takes 3 quests to beat Fatalis because its HP pool is just too big. That's it. It's not a hard quest. Its moveset isn't hard to deal with. Oh, but its snap and drag will instantly kill you if you're touching any part of its body because the hitbox is that bad. Sure. But that's the hitbox being bad. Like, there's... In terms of the monster's actual moves, there's far less bite in this game than there is in later ones. Later games, sure, the hitboxes are better, but the monster's movesets are also designed with that in mind. There's a lot of changes that go in, which make it so that the monsters are still difficult to deal with despite having better hitboxes, despite getting tired. Monsters that are enraged in a Gen 3 game will generally spend more time going for you than a monster in this game. So, like, yeah, Freedom Unite, it's a lot simpler. You might perceive it as harder than later games because the weapon that you choose to use might have fewer tools. You might perceive it as harder than later games because the monsters never get tired. You might perceive it as harder than later games because the hitboxes are bad. But the AI is much more exploitable, and the monsters' moves kind of make up for the fact that you don't have as much that you can do because they don't have as much that they can do. That's really about it. There's not a whole lot going on in this game. It's very simple. And I would say that every single Monster Hunter game that has been released after this one has got at least one quest that is legitimately harder than anything in this game. remember when I first started doing these streams, a bunch of people were saying, how can you play Freedom Unite and chill at the same time? My answer back then was, well, I'm doing low-rank quests, so it's gonna be easy as heck. Maybe there'll be less chill once I reach G-rank, and sure enough, there is. There's a little bit more BS in terms of what monsters can do. But for the most part, even in G-rank, this is still a simple game. There's not a whole lot to it. Have I failed a quest? Yes. Have I carded? Plenty of times. Have I used all of my potions on quests? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that this is a hard game. Anyone can have a bad time. Especially with the hitboxes being the way they are. You can get comboed and that can happen. I guess it can be difficult if you never make an effort to get rid of small monsters while fighting big monsters. That's one thing that can be considered more difficult than later games. The small monsters have zero chill whatsoever under any circumstance. But that doesn't really make the game harder. It just means that you've got an extra thing to do before you can focus on hunting the big monster. Yeah, just for an example of how this game is easier than later games. You can take the same monster from this game and look at how that hunt goes in a later game. And tell me which one you think is harder. Like, take Rathalos in this game. He spends basically no time in the air unless he's going up for triple fireballs or to do his GG claw. Both of which you have ample time to react to. He might do his glide attack, but more often than not, that's going to go right over your head without ever touching you. He might do his world tour, but that is literally never going to hit you unless you just stand there like a doofus. And then when he's on the ground, what can he do? He can do his tailspin. Sure, it's got a bad hitbox, so it's probably going to hit you with the air under the tail. He can do his really slow bite attack with a really limited range and a really awkward animation with a strange bend in his neck. That's only going to hit you if you're standing right in front of him. And if you stay standing right in front of him the whole time he's winding up for it. He can do his dash attack. Sure, it's got a 0 frame startup. It's just a dash attack. It's going to hit you if you're anywhere near him, basically. Okay. And he can do a single fireball. If you're not directly in front of his mouth, you're not going to get hit. And it's a huge opening. Take a look at Rathalos in any later game. There's so much more that he can do. And so many more ways he can chain those things together. It is a significantly more difficult fight. And sure, he'll get tired sometimes, so his fireballs won't come out. When he's tired, when he's doing his charge, he will always fall over at the end. But that's no different than how it is in this game. If he does his charge, he's going to fall over at the end in this game, because that's just how he works. If he does a fireball while he's on the ground, unless you stay in that line, it's not going to hit you, and it's effectively no different than if the fireball just never came out. So, like, oh no, when he's tired, he moves more slowly, but he moves more slowly in this game too. Because he can't chain his stuff together as well. He's always got to return to his default pose before he can start a new attack. So, him getting tired in 3U doesn't really change the fight relative to this game, it brings it closer to this game. And then take a look at a Cantor. Fight a Cantor in this game, it is a relaxing experience to me, honestly. There's not a whole lot he can do. It's very formulaic. If he's doing thing X, you just move and do thing Y. All of his attacks are so slow that you're almost never going to get hit. Fight a Cantor in Portable Third? It's basically the same thing. Fight a Cantor in Gen 4? Suddenly it's significantly harder. Like, it's still not super hard, but it's much harder than it is here, especially with the addition of the defense down. That's a huge deal. But then you go to this game, and he doesn't have the defense down. He moves slow as heck. All of his attacks are telegraphed about 3 years in advance. Like, yeah, even the hard quests in this game, it's just a simple matter of you can see what's coming, and you can move to react to it, and it's not really a big deal. Then we can take what many can consider a fairly difficult monster. Teostra. Take a look at Teostra in this game. He's got those instant charges, those instant jumps. He's got all sorts of things that he can do to be nasty to players. But then, take a look at 4th Gen Teo. 4th Gen Teo is obviously harder than 2nd Gen Teo because he's got a lot of the same stuff as 2nd Gen Teo, but they added in Blast. That's a huge deal. And, like, even if you took away Teo's instant charges and instant jumps in 4th Gen, he'd still be a force to be reckoned with. How do I know that? Because I've played Monster Hunter World. Even Monster Hunter World Teo is not easy to deal with. This game of 2nd Gen Teo is the easiest Teo to deal with. Full stop. There's no competition. So, like, literally any monster in this game is harder in any later game it has appeared in. That's just pretty much how it goes. Like, I mean, I guess you could say Lao Shan Lung is easier in GU because you can defeat it with the installations alone. But that's about it. Yeah, I would say that there is no monster that has appeared in a later game that is at its hardest in this one. Except maybe Plesioth, because its hitboxes are just that bad, but even that, it's not a huge deal. Like, in terms of moveset, GU Plesioth is still far more difficult. Oh yeah. The only monster that, as far as I know, is at its hardest in this game is a monster that has never appeared in a later game. Copper Blangonga. It is exclusive to Freedom Unite, and it has never been harder or easier. Yamatsukami may be at its hardest in this game. I wouldn't know. I never played DOS, which is the only other main series game it's been in. And yeah, just every monster in this game is harder in every later iteration it has ever had, as far as I'm concerned. And sure, there's still going to be people who say, oh, Freedom Unite's so much harder than those later games. Those baby games, they hold your hand. They give you so many opportunities to do stuff and so many advantages and so much quality of life. This makes them easy. But, like, no? The hunts are still harder. Just because I have more potions going into the hunts doesn't make it easier. Because I can still have that same number of potions going into a hunt in Freedom Unite. The only thing stopping you from having that many potions is you don't go get them. Maybe you haven't been gathering at the honey box. Maybe you don't just go buy them from the shop if you don't farm them up. But either way, just going in with extra stuff doesn't make it easier. The monster being tired sometimes doesn't make it easier. They're going to spend most of the time either normal or enraged. Them being tired, sure, it's free hits, but if you're just sitting there waiting for them to be tired, then you're going to run out of time. And if you're not sitting there waiting for them to be tired, then it's just going to be a small portion of the hunt. And if it's just a small portion of the hunt, well, that only really replaces the time lag between animations in this game. And sure, this game does assume that you're upgrading your armor more regularly than later games do, which you could say makes the game a little harder, sure, if you're not upgrading your armor like it expects you to. But in any game, if you're going into it wearing the armor that the game expects you to have on that quest, and that's it. Being under-geared is a choice in any Monster Hunter game. You can always do more hunts to get better gear before moving on in any game. In this game, sure, you might have to do more hunts to get better gear because this game requires more parts to make pieces of gear. But that's not a difficulty thing. That's just how much time investment it expects of you. Like, sure, in this game, you might need to hunt, like I did, 12 freaking Yonkuku in order to make a full set of Yonkuku armor. But is that any harder than hunting 2 or 3? No, it just takes more time. You've already proven that you can hunt them. It's just a matter of how many you need to hunt to make the gear. Is it any harder to make a hammer with 99 iron than it is to make it with 20 iron? No, it's just a matter of how much time you spend mining. This game asks you to spend more time to get the same stuff. And that's just how it is. It's not a difficulty thing. It's just a time thing. I think everything I've been everything I've been saying boils down to this. If you put in the time that the game expects of you in any Monster Hunter game, this one will always be easier than what comes later. Well, Obi-Wan, I hope you're having fun in Charlian. I went over there to take a look around, but I haven't done any actual, like, gameplay in Endwalker yet. Basically just, attuned myself to all the Charlian Aetherites and did the introductory quests, and I'm at the point where the main story quest wants me to do 2 different things. And that's where I stopped so that I could play this. Because, dang it, I told people I would play this, and I'm a man of my word. 20 special mushrooms? That's a lot. Is it even possible to get 20? I hope so. Well, that's not going to help me get 20. Seriously, I only get 1 from this spot. Hopefully I'm not just SOL because of that. Also, there were way too many mushrooms over there for me to only be able to gather 1 mushroom. Alright, so we need to get 10 more. Hopefully there are enough gathering spots for us to actually manage that. That's not a special mushroom. I feel cheated now. Wow, I found nothing, but it wasn't out of things to find. That's just a time waster. Uh-oh, it's a Velocidrome. I don't think this spot's gonna have any special mushrooms. So, pigs, where are the special mushrooms? Are you hiding one? That's not a mushroom. That's not a mushroom. That's a mushroom, but it's not the right kind. There are mushrooms here, but we can't gather. There are mushrooms over there that we can gather, I'm sure. Need 3 more special mushrooms. Maybe they'll come from right here. Way to paralyze that thing, cat. And then kill it. Wow. Good job. You soloed it. And that is everything we need for this quest. Time to bounce. Might as well gather from the honey spot while we're here. Never anything wrong with getting additional honey. That's not honey. That too is not honey. There we go. That's not honey. Got 5 gathers, 3 of them honey. From a honey spot. I didn't even get snake bee larvae, I got cuckoo scales. trying to find monkeys. These are not monkeys. Could use their horns, but they're not monkeys. These are monkeys. Hey, look, more monkeys. Didn't work this time. Monkeys. More monkeys. No additional monkeys. Monkey. Multiple monkeys. Also a Vidrome, which I might as well kill, just for the potential screamers. Oh, my bad. That was just a really big Velociprey. More monkeys. Might as well gather honey here. I expected monkeys in here. I'm disappointed. But there's more honey. So it's not like it was worthless to come in here. That's not honey. Stop giving me cuckoo scales. Should have grabbed a ration. Oh well. So the monkeys have to be a respawn, or well, not a respawn, but a new spawn in a place that did not have monkeys before. At least I'm pretty sure they do. I still need 2 more. And they're not respawning in any places where I've seen them before. Which means they've got to be out at the beach, right? Like over here? Either that or they've decided to respawn over on the island. Which I suppose is possible. Hello, autumn stands. And sure enough, they did respawn here. Nope, I am monkey hunting. But now I'm done monkey hunting. I was letting that monkey do whatever he pleased while I got a drink, but now that the water is safely inside my body, this monkey's life was forfeit. Kind of annoying how it defaults to 3, but then again, I'd probably prefer it that way if I wasn't trying to clear all of my back quests. So, Mountain Herbs, Congalala, and Bulldrome are all I have left in 1 star. Let's do Mountain Herbs so that we can be done with gathering in 1 star. I don't believe this can be a mountain herb. Nope, just a regular herb. It always worries me when I go on a gathering quest in this game, because the resource spots are limited. They don't respawn, and they've just got what they've got. Which means, if you get unlucky enough in a quest designed for multiple players, you could end up not finding enough mountain herbs to be able to deliver the 15 that are required. Which is, of course, far from ideal. You go on a quest, you want to be able to complete it. But sometimes, if you're not lucky enough, maybe you just can't complete it. I'm pretty sure they changed the parameters to make that very unlikely, but there's probably still a non-zero chance that this quest could end up uncompletable. Unless they make it so that, like, every mountain herb spot is guaranteed to give at least 5 gathers or something. But I don't know off the top of my head whether or not that's actually been done, so I've always got that little worry in the back of my mind, like, what if I don't find enough mountain herbs? Then I'm just SOL. But now I only need 3 more, and there are at least 3 different gathering spots for said 3 more, which means I'm pretty much guaranteed to get everything I need. Alright, so that is an effectively cleared quest. Gonna keep gathering just to get some more Poke points. No sense stopping gathering until I can't hold any more or until this spot runs out, whichever comes first. And it seems can't hold any more came first. Always nice when you can land on the honey ledge in your first drop. I was gathering for honey, not for mountain herbs. And now we have no more one-star gathering to do. Unfortunately, there's probably still plenty of gathering to be done, just not one star. Ooh, Defender High. Time to do another 3-star quest then. Because there's no sense wasting Defender on a 1-star quest. Black Gravios. Well, have fun in GU, Noel. So, my character did the "oh no, I've been spotted by the monster" animation to come out of the roar stun. I would think that my character should realize that she had been spotted by the monster, you know, like during the roar stun. It's amazing how much less damage Gravios's heat discharge does when it's done just by itself instead of following a laser. The laser ones hurt so much more, despite having a much smaller wind-up. It's interesting design. Okay, you can stop with dashing. Just pick a place to be and be there. Okay, dude, you can do lasers without having the little fire poots. Ah, cool. From lava to lava. What a helpful and useful thing for this Black Gravios to have done. Truly, this is exciting gameplay right here, yep. We're really getting to trade blows. This is what I call combat. Oh, cool. Back into the lava, huh? I see you're content to just stay there. Somehow that hip check pushed it further back into the lava. Whoever decided that there should be more lava on the ground in this place at night, I'm not a fan of theirs. And away he goes. Sure is a shame I can't follow in a straight line. You having fun in that lava? Well, at least you're kind enough to come on out. Too close. Yes, please come back. I know I could have gotten over there, but it wouldn't have been fast. It would have been annoying. And that is a fully broken belly. Hey, DJ. I don't need luck. This is a low-rank Black Gravios. The only luck I need is for it to actually stay on the side of the lava that I'm on, for convenience's sake. And if it wants to spin forever, I am totally cool with that. Well, I mean, part of that was on me for moving into its path and for not healing, because this is low rank and I honestly don't care. Not even losing all that much as any by not caring. So it is official. This low-rank Black Gravios has carted me exactly as many times as the double Rajang quest did. Surely this means they are of equivalent difficulty. Really? Into the lava? From way over there? Get out of there, stupid. SF. There we go. Yes, I am, Seth. My goal was to get G-rank equipment and then go back and clear out all of low rank and high rank. And I got G-rank equipment, so I'm clearing out all of low rank and high rank. Already completely done with the Village Elders quests. So now we're doing low rank hub. And then we'll be moving to high rank village, and then to high rank hub, and then finally we return to G-rank. big part of the reason that I'm doing it that way is because I suck down honey like nobody's business when I'm in G rank. So I need to give time for my honey stores to replenish. And thankfully, going for completion in low rank and high rank gives plenty of time to get more honey. Well, I've clearly already done a bull drum today, so we'll do a conga lala to get a little color into here. Some variety as well. Nah, Seth, we've seen what Zenny looks like. It is, in fact, coins with the kind of mosaic-y Fatalis print on it. But we haven't been told what Zenny is made of. It is possible that it is coins made out of caramelized honey. Thanks, Vespoid. Hooray, rush is capped. Alright, time for a 1-star bulldrome. Which will finish the 1 stars. Not going to be here long enough to have needed that hot drink, but they're giving me a free one. That Amteka was an idiot. And its sacrifice was not in vain. Alright, I put some stuff in here. Time to move on to the truly difficult 2-star quests. Azu, Blango, Congalala. Except, wait, that's Hermitars. Azu, Blango, Hermitars. Plesioth, Gypsaros. Shogun, Cenatar. Rathalos, and Rathian. Let's do the one I hate the most. And it's going into the cave. These Genprey are absolutely not going to let me fish it up peacefully. Alright, fish. Don't notice me. No matter what you do not notice me. Be as oblivious as a fish. Okay, fish, you can stop being oblivious. Notice the frog, please. There it is. Now get here before either that Genprey or the Vespoid ruin everything. Alright, it was kind of nowhere near that frog, but I'll take it. Seth, you see, going with the frog instead of the Sonic Bomb is better. For multiple reasons. First, you sometimes get a Spark Leak. And second, the fish takes 300 damage when it gets fished out, which is equivalent to 2 Large Barrel Bomb Plus. So fishing it out is the superior way to do it, even if it might take a little longer waiting for the fish. Overall, it will almost always make the quest faster. Also, this fish is almost dead. And now it is dead. Autumn Stands, your favorite monster is the worst monster in this game. And I will not apologize for saying that. So, Seth, thinking on that, the time I spend waiting for the fish to bite the frog would allow me to put on the 300 damage anyway. If we assume that I'm using a weapon with 400 true raw, which I'm not. I'm pretty sure I have less than that. Yeah. Yeah, this is like 360 at best or something. I don't know. Hang on. Hello, calculator. Calculator. What is 1404 divided by 52? That is 27. Except it's 5.2. But so yeah, I've got 270 true raw. So let's actually go with that. 270 true raw. Let's say I'm using an attack. Like, this is an overinflation. A known overinflation for the purpose of demonstration. Let's say I'm using my standard combo and we assume that all 3 hits are going to be a motion value of 50. So that already brings each attack down to 135 raw damage on a 100% hit zone. If we assume that Plesioth's legs are a 50% hit zone, which they are not, they are less than that. But if we assume that they are a 50% hit zone, that means that each of my hits is going to be doing a number. I forget how much true raw I said it. 270? So half of that. And then, like, yeah, I would need to hit maybe 5 times to match just the damage that fishing out the Plesioth does. And that's using a G rank weapon in low rank. Now, and that's also dramatically inflating all of my numbers. And then there's also the fact that I get 3 free hits while it's down after being fished out, which I wouldn't necessarily get if I was not fishing the thing out. So we get 300 free damage, and then the 3 hits worth of free damage that we might not get if we didn't fish it out. So even if I dramatically inflate all of my numbers, it's probably still worth it to have fished out the fish, taking the extra maybe 20 seconds that it took. And that's counting the time spent killing the preys. And that's using a G rank weapon in low rank. It's still worth it. Just from a pure numbers perspective. Yeah, so it was 270 true raw, down to 135 for using a 50 motion value. And then cut that in half to... And since it always rounds down, that would make us have 62 damage per hit. So we would need 5 hits to exceed the damage that just fishing out the fish does. So actually that's not accounting for my sharpness, which does give me a 1.5 times multiplier when I'm at purple. So I guess it would be closer to 4 hits. Yeah, it would be 4 hits to exceed the damage of fishing it out. But even still, the fact that I fish it out for those 5 hits worth of damage, and on top of that, I also get 3 free hits. Yeah, fishing it out, still worth it. It's very easy to make fishing out of Plesioth worth it. This foliage is definitely helping my experience. Feels like I'm really here having my camera get blocked. Is this just what we're doing now? Back hop fireball followed by charge? And apparently no, it is not, because we are doing tailspins as well. Cool, the wind effect stopped me from throwing my flash. Looks like we scared him good. Made him go all the way home. He died before I could get a KO. My cat found a cuckoo scale on a Rathalos hunt. I know you can get them from honey spots, but still. My cat came back from a Rathalos hunt carrying only a cuckoo scale. Somebody needs to get his priorities in the right place. Now to be attacked by a Rathian. Alright, Obi-Wan, have a preemptive good night. And thanks for joining in. She noticed me. Wow, we got a Sparkly for putting her in a trap? I didn't realize that could happen. That's about the only benefit we got for putting her in it, but still. Oh, we got to KO her. Oh, hello, carvable Vespoid. Yo, thanks, Obi-Wan. I suppose I am now thanking you for the thanks sticker. But still, thanks for the thanks. do not need a cuckoo skip. She sure had a lot of fluid. I know this is 2-star, so I'm not supposed to get normal rewards, but still, she had a lot of fluid. All I can say, Obi-Wan, is that I'm glad you enjoy them. Let's do a stab crab. What's the veggie elder doing over here? Usually he hangs out over here. And if we're going for the crab over there, I think it's actually faster to go this way. Yeah, Shoryugeki is a lot of fun in GU. I would say Shoryugeki with Chaos Oil is even better than Shoryugeki with Stamina Oil. And this crab is in trap mode. It's trying to say, please, walk on top of where I already was so that I can hit you. But I'm no fool. The thing about GU SNS is people liked it because of something not intrinsic to the weapon. They liked it most because of the oils. Which, sure, oils were really cool. Chaos Oil especially. But if they could make the SNS feel as good as it did in GU without needing to apply oils, I think that would be better. But unfortunately, the oils were just such huge buffs that, like, how are you going to top that without requiring the use of an item? Because of course the Gypsaros doesn't stay in one place long enough for me to get there. Wish this thing would just keep its head in one place while it's in a trap. Also, I like how my cat paralyzed that monkey. Are you having fun, Gypsaros? Well, you're dead. Well, if you're going for 100% achievements in GU, the one thing that I can tell you is good luck finding all of those damn crowns. You are going to need it. You need so many crowns in GU that it's basically guaranteed to be the last award you get. Is just getting all of the crowns. Pretty much everything else will come along the way to getting the crowns. It's honestly kind of sad. The best idea that World had for an event quest was its crown parties. Fight a bunch of different monsters with dramatically increased chances of getting either small or big crowns. Those were fun quests. You got to fight a variety of monsters. You got more crowns than usual. And it was just neat. And Iceborne, they had the same deal going on. It was again neat. And then Rise rolls around and doesn't have those, and it makes me sad every single time. Well, time to smash 10 crabs. reason not to take free paintballs while I'm smashing crabs. Oh, there is crab activity over here. I'm pretty sure crabs can sometimes be in here. So it looks like all we got today are pigs. Which means our last two crabs are probably back on the island with that gondola. Sure enough. There's one in the sand over here, one out of the sand over there. Honestly, any event quest that does something interesting with monster sizes is fun in my book. Whether they be especially big monsters, especially small monsters, better chances at crowns, anything. It's always fun. Yeah, I remember you took me on a couple of those quests in Portable Third, and he took them a little too far. Like with the super tiny Silver Rathalos and Gold Rathian, where they were basically just a speck on the screen with giant dust effects when they were flapping their wings. Like, I appreciate large monster quests and small monster quests as long as they're within reason. Like, you need to be able to see and hit multiple different parts of the monster. And yeah, whether they're big or small, you need to be able to hit multiple different parts of the monster. Blanganga time. Yeah, for my tastes, I would say World Eater Joe is absolutely the upper end of what I can enjoy. And for the lower end, size-wise, like the small Kezu in this game, or the small Uragon in 3U, those are both good. The tiny Great Jagras in the USJ quest in World is also a good one. But you get much smaller than that. Like, if it's to the point where you just can't hit different parts of the monster whether you try to or not, that's too small. I'm fine if the monster is about as long as my hunter is tall. But if the monster is smaller than my hammer, for example, it is too small. Good flinch. And I didn't need to use the thawing agent. Well, it looks like this guy's dying here. Seth, there absolutely are mods for custom quests in Monster Hunter World. In fact, there are mods that actually change Fatalis into Crimson Fatalis or White Fatalis. And said mods do more than just change his appearance, they actually change his moveset as well. And now to polish off the 2-star quests, and thus be done with all of the quests that are specifically made to be easy. look, this Kazu is almost dead. Hey look, this Kazu is almost dead. Still weird how Kazus basically just stop doing anything and accept their death when they're nearly dead. Oh boy, the bronze medal. I haven't looked at my guild card, I think, ever. Let's take a look. Yep, that's my weapon usage. Oh, I'm no longer a novice. Here, I'd think that this was proof that I'm no longer a novice. Or this. It's actually kind of surprising how few awards we've gotten, despite how far we've gotten into the game. Seth, would it make you happier if I went out and just grinded on the simplest quests imaginable to get my uses up? I've used this hammer as many times, well, I've used hammers as many times as the game has required of me so far. Oh, defense high, time to do another 3-star. Or another HR3. Five-star. I think Azure Los. Or nope, Kieran. Kieran. Absolutely Kieran. I don't know about you, but I love sply look burl booms. It amuses me that they fit exactly 0 vowels into that name. Zero vowels, but 3 spaces. Hello, Mr. Pony. Get out of the corner, please, Mr. Pony. No, that doesn't mean go further in. Get out here. Why did my cat have to go in there? Just to have my time wasted? Get out here, Pony. Clearly this pony does not like my cat. I almost got a bomb down. Well, so much for those first aid meds I drank. Okay, Pony. Have some chill. Still weird that it took until 4th gen for them to add a horn break to this thing. Having fun just being impaled on a stalactite? Or, no, that's a stalagmite. Either way. Impaled on it. Well, that was not the right time to start charging up an attack. Kieran should really bring the tower theme around with it, considering the tower theme is named after Kieran. Also, the tower theme matches Kieran a whole lot better than this music does. That's for sure. Yeah, Seth, he wasn't in 3rd gen, but I can tell you what he was in. 1st and 2nd. The 3rd generation that he appeared in was when he finally got a horn break. They could have had the horn break in from the start, because it's just such a natural thing. And yet, it took them until 4th gen to actually add a horn break. Get out of here, monkey. You shouldn't even be here. There's an elder dragon around. Thanks, Kieran. And that's a dead pony that somehow completely reversed the direction it was facing when it became dead. Sure do love when one of my 2 Kieran carves is a light crystal. Also, I don't think I ever realized that its back is open, where the hair comes out. So I think that would be very difficult to realize at the original resolution that this game ran on. Yeah, you can see straight through that back to my legs. I set this to cook a while ago and forgot to pick it up. Let's see what kinds of things we have. A Bulldrome, 3 golden fish, 10 Piscean livers, 20 Genprey, a Gendrome, 3 golden fish again, 20 special mushrooms, 50 damn Vespoids, 20 Velociprey, a blue Yankuku, a Velocidrome, 20 mountain herbs, 20 Geoprey, a Bulldrome again, and 3 Paw Pass tickets. It's kind of sad how many of these 3-star quests, specifically 3-star gathering quests, are repeats of stuff that we already did here. Like, gathering doesn't get harder. What, are they giving the mountain herbs more HP or something? And why 2 quests to deliver 3 golden fish? Sure, they're in different places, but why? Don't mind me, Apsaros. I'm not here to deal with you. That has no golden fish in it, I don't think. But I'm going to have to... those are definitely, like, bomb marijuana or whatever. But I'm still going to have to toss my bait in just to be absolutely certain. Yeah, no golden fish. Gen 3 did it right, making it so that when you toss in a special kind of bait, only fish that will eat that bait show up. Just completely swapping out the available fish. It was the way to do it, honestly. It's a lot more interesting than this. Those are not golden fish. Well, time to deal with this Gendrome before it becomes a problem. Rude. bitey little fella. Actually had a little bit of staying power. Well, no golden fish there. Honestly, it would probably be faster to just poke my head into the cave and then go back to the outside fishing hole. Now that's a golden fish. But while that would be faster, I like the feel of at least checking 2 different holes. No Genprey. This is my golden fish. Now to wait for a fish to respawn. Oh, we've actually already got 5 in there, so time to leave. Is that a golden fish? I don't think it is. But I find it harder to tell when there isn't a bomb arowana there to compare against. But I don't think it is. So if it is a golden fish, yeah, it's not. Easy to tell if they ever make a movement that doesn't make them get closer to facing the bait. Then it means it's not a golden fish. No golden fish. Zeph, I know for a fact that the golden fish can spawn at both spots. It's just a matter of will they. I'm pretty sure that's not a golden fish. Thanks, Apsaros. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that's not a golden fish. That's not a golden fish. Sure, I could toss in worms and keep on fishing for things in hopes that a golden fish shows up in their place. But it's faster to just leave and come back, cycle the whole pool. Well, we've got a small golden fish, which is clearly a different color from that big fish, which means that is not a golden fish. No golden fish here. I wonder if golden fish can spawn at the other oasis. It's too far away from here to be worth checking, but it's possible. And I'm pretty sure neither of those is a golden fish, but just to be sure. To be absolutely sure. Not just pretty sure. Yep, no golden fish here. Seth, this quest actually requests the same exact number of golden fish as the village version of this quest. It's requesting no more for being multiplayer. It's in the same place, too. That's not a golden fish. Yes, it is absolutely possible to time out the quest. Because spawn rates. Hooray. Thankfully, I'm not looking for shiny Pokemon or anything, but the amount of time between checks is unpleasantly long, and the spawn rate is low enough to cause problems. No golden fish here. In fact, as far as I can tell, there's only 2 fish right here. Where's the rest of the fish? There's supposed to be 5 of you. Why are there only 2 fish? Did they eat the rest? There's a golden fish. That'll be 2/3 of the way done for us. Come to me, golden fish. Good luck finding your plusle. And that's not a golden fish. Thanks for the boost there, Genprey. I wonder, did that actually save me any time? I don't think it did because of the rolling I did at the end, but it certainly got me up faster. Is that a golden fish that I see? That is not a golden fish that I see. And again, it's only 2 fish. Three arowanas, but none of them golden fish. I wish there was a better looking armor set that was as good as this one. Especially for how easy this one is to get. I'm not a fan of the orange, nor am I a fan of just the general look of it. That helmet's dumb as heck. I would like a much better looking armor set, but all of the better looking armor sets don't give me Sharp +1. Which wouldn't be an issue if I went and farmed out the G-rank Narga hammer. But that would require fighting probably lots of Nargas. Lots of G-rank Nargas. And no golden fish. So at least there were 5 fish in there. The G-rank Garuga hammer would also be a nice upgrade over this. But I don't have access to G-rank Garuga yet, I don't think. Well, at least there's more than 2 fish in here this time, but no golden fish. Also, the G-rank Garuga hammer would still require Sharp +1 to get purple, which purple is basically non-negotiable. It's a very large boost over white in this game. Something like a 12% in terms of damage dealt. And no golden fish. Except there is a possibility that the new daily Pokemon doesn't start spawning until the morning. In which case it would start spawning at 4 a.m. That's not a golden fish. And just think, this is one of 2 golden fish quests in this rank. What do you want to bet? There's at least 1 more golden fish quest somewhere else down the line. That is a golden fish. Don't do it, Genprey. You little jerk, your life is forfeit now. Your life is forfeit because you're a Vespoid. Now give me my golden fish so that I can finish this quest. Are you kidding me? Well, at least golden fish can eat regular bait too. I saw you going after that, you tiny fish. I do not want you. I want golden fish. Yeah, whatever. I've got enough worms I can afford to get a couple extra fish here. Plus, it might increase my chances at having a golden fish actually take the bait by making another golden fish exist. Shame I can't just move my bait around like in Rise. Or choose where to cast my bait like in World. Also, would you look at that? There's 2 golden fish in here now. And one of them almost got my bait. Come on, golden fish. You're the closest thing to it. There we go. That's quest clear. Time to leave. Unfortunately, there's no particularly fast way back to base camp from here. I didn't bring a Farcaster. But it's just going to take more time. This quest has already taken plenty of that, so we're used to it by now. Pretty sure this is the longest. Well, I can't say that for sure. There's still another golden fish quest. But it's likely that this could end up being the longest I spend on a low rank quest today. And I've hunted an elder dragon. Which makes it painfully clear that golden fish are more difficult than elder dragons. balance out that golden fish quest we just did with a quest that actually involves hunting a monster. And behold, as I fail to get a cuckoo ear out of this quest. Despite the fact that my chances of getting a cuckoo ear out of this quest are greater than 50%, I will still fail to get one. So that sparkly right there has a 10% chance of being a cuckoo ear. It will not be one. Alright, already we have not an ear. And now that I've broken the ears, I'm entitled to a 50% chance at a cuckoo ear. But worry not, it will not be one. So, I've hunted 33 young cuckoo in this game so far. 33! My success rate at getting ears from the coin flip that is breaking their ears currently stands at about, I think it's 5 out of 33. It's a 50% chance. I am not allowed to have cuckoo ears from breaking cuckoo ears. So just you watch, that break reward, it's going to be 3 cuckoo scales. Hey, would you look at that? It's 3 blue cuckoo scales. I've once again failed the coin flip. I'm just comically over odds on cuckoo ears. Comically. Oh, don't worry, Kratos, I'm not grinding cuckoos. I was just doing a cuckoo as part of clearing all of the low-rank quests, and once again failed to get an ear from it. Yep, I am now at 34 young cuckoo hunted, with 5 of the coin flips having actually gotten me the thing. So 29 out of 34 times I have failed the coin flip. Also, hi, Kratos. Alright, time for golden fish again. We had enough of a break from fishing. It's time for more fishing. Seth, this is true, but in this game I have needed cuckoo ears far more than I've needed any gem or mantle. I don't think we can get golden fish in base camp. That would be too easy. In fact, I think golden fish might be only from one specific location on this map, but we shall see. I don't believe we can find any here. We can put our bait in the water, but I'm pretty sure the water here is only for Plesioth. The same, I believe, can be said of here. Yes, I know big crab. I do not care big crab. Big crab not part of quest. Is there a fishing spot in this area? I don't think there is. So I think it's just the skinny area with its pool that actually has fish in it. Thanks, crab. So I think golden fish is going to be right here or bust. And currently, they are not right there. So I have gone bust. At least this is faster checks. That's not golden. It's much faster checks. This should end up being a faster quest. Hopefully it will not take me all 20 minutes that the last one did. So clearly the fish can hide under the rock that we're standing above. So just in case. Okay, 5 fish, none of them golden. Five fish, no gold. There's a golden fish. We're already at 1 found in less than 5 minutes. Thankfully, golden fish. Crab, don't you dare. Don't you dare, crab. Don't you dare. Okay. Time to put this crab down. Nice. And that's what happens when you get in the way of me fishing. Okay, 5 fish, no golden fish. I believe I just saw another golden fish. I did. We're already at 2 found. Okay, not a golden fish. That's not golden. I believe there are no other large fish in there. Oh, never mind, there were 2 other large fish in there, but neither one was golden. Five fish, no golden. So if it's not really equal trade, the checks are so much faster here. It only makes sense that we would find them so much faster. And hey, look, there's golden fish number 3. This quest is going to end possibly before the 10-minute mark. Less than half the time the other golden fish quest took. Okay, yeah. In terms of number of checks, I did have to do far fewer this time. But still. That does not make up for the cuckoo ears. The cuckoo ears I grinded for. I failed so many coin flips while actively trying to win them. And there we go. 1 quest completed before the 10-minute mark. That's a big tuna over there. Look at the size of that lad. for a bulldrome. Don't you go over there, Bulldrum. Come back this way. Yeah, that's right. Come back this way. Is this Bulldrome smaller than that Bullfango? I think it might be. Thank you, Cat, for slapping me out of my charge that I could have gotten a Super Pound with. Bulldrum is almost dead, but I have nothing I can do to stop it. Other than try and head it off at the pass here. There we go. It dies here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this Bulldrum is... Well, it's probably got more mass than that Bullfango. It's definitely fatter. It's got bigger tusks, but I think in terms of actual size, it might be smaller than that Bullfango. So clearly this is the real Bulldrome. Look at that, I killed 2 Bulldrums in one quest. Well, that explains it. Gold small. Piscine liver time. Hopefully RNG doesn't hate me for this quest. Because if it does, this could end up being the longest low-rank quest. Well, we got one of them out. Alright, we are 10% of the way done. Ooh, stay out of the sand, stay out of the sand, stay out of the sand. Or just try hopping back in twice and failing both times, but also being way outside the playable area. I guess that's also an option. Come on, just a little closer. I need you to get where I can carve you. There works. Would have been real silly if that little step I took forward while sheathing my hammer put us in the next zone, but... yeah. Alright, bud. Save me a Sonic. Come on. Come on. Come on. Fine, be like that. Sometimes these jerks decide to get out of the sand on their own and save you a Sonic. Other times, they decide to waste the hell out of your Sonics because they can. Hey, but, oh, you're saving me a Sonic. They're generally far more inclined to save you a Sonic when you are in front of them. If you're behind them, they're more likely to run away, but if you're in front of them, they'll often stop and be all, hey, I'm going to do a thing which will put me out of the sand. Sometimes that thing is gliding over you like that last one did, and other times what they do is this. This. Well, okay, that's not what I was expecting, but still helpful. And when they get up and try and spit sand at you, that's the one that you want, because that one, I can just super pound them, get them out of the sand on my terms. We are now 30% of the way done. Oh, I almost hit his tail there. I wish they added a second carve to these guys like they did in Gen 4. That was nice, being able to carve them twice. Extra chances at livers. Oh, this guy wants to save me a Sonic. %. Too far. Oh, we are being saved to Sonic. Hey, Drake Grape. 50%. %. Thanks for stopping, bud. %. %. Oh, this little jerk. Faked me out. Get out of the sand, stupid. Of course, I threw that after it was already shown that he was going to save me, the Sonic, but oh well. %. Are the fish done spawning in here? They don't spawn forever? Usually there's always at least 2 fish, but there's only 1. And it's dead and already carved. So I guess gotta move in here. Almost nailed its fin. Ooh, this guy's gonna come right up for us. That's the first Cephalos scale that I've gotten in this quest. %. I don't even care about this Gendrome. It's a wonder that my character doesn't break her spine every time I jump onto one of these beds. Because that bed does not look soft at all. I'm flopping straight onto my back, with my hammer still strapped across it. just checking to see if I had enough Poke Points to make it worth sending Trenya out, but I do not. Ooh, ultra lucky. Time to do a 5-star quest. And I'm thinking Azurelos. No. Tigrex. I'm thinking Tigrex. Though honestly, neither one is particularly useful to me in low rank, but Tigrex slightly more likely to matter to a hammer user, considering Rathalos does not have a hammer in this game. Even though I've already made and upgraded from the Tigrex hammer. Still Tigrex. Tigrex more likely to matter for earplugs, if I'm honest. So they gave us a trap, but they did not give us flashes. Ordinarily, they do give us flashes for Tigrex. So I'm going to put this down and hope that the Cephalos behave. I know it's a naive hope, but it's a hope that I've got all the same. I actually considered bringing flashes, but then decided not to, figuring the quest would provide some for me. And clearly that was folly. And that was the wrong side to dodge towards. Not quite close enough there. Ouch. Well then. Clearly it was very folly to not bring flashes. But he's not mad anymore. And there's our KO. Thank you, Rock, for protecting me from the Cephalos. Unfortunately, it didn't protect me the second time, Rock, so I'm going to have to dock some points. You're a good Rock, but I've had better. Nice jump. Well, that was rude. Started pushing me before my hitbox was active instead of just going through me. Literally just carried me along to take the hit. And for a moment there, I was thinking I might be able to get a headlock. But his animation sped up when he got mad, so no dice. Thanks, Cephalos. These fish need to calm down. I need to not be quite so far away from the thing I'm trying to super pound. That's a long roar stun. But then again, I suppose it kind of needs to be, considering how short range the roar stun radius is. Like, the roar doesn't have a long range to get the roar stun. And a lot of its range is actually taken up by the damage roar instead. Feels bad actually using a mega potion. Probably should have used standard potions. Congrats on your puzzle, Seth. So the results of our little race, whether I would get my golden fish or you would get your plusle first, turned out to be I would get my golden fish twice before you would get your plusle. Oh, he's a limpy boy. But also get back here. I want you to stay. Dang it, T-Rex. You're wasting my time. Yeah, he's not even staying in here. What a jerk. What, is there some law that says you have to take off from a different point than where you enter the area from? after that riveting Tigrex. It's time for something that's really going to just kick things into high gear. Nobody is going to be able to call this quest anything but exciting. 50 Vespoids. Any fewer just wouldn't be enough. So the folks at Capcom, when one of them asked, what's a reasonable number of Vespoids for us to have people kill for multiple quests in this game, considering that we want to have a quest for just Vespoids, and we want to have the Vespoid Queen require you to kill a bunch of Vespoids before she shows up. So what's a reasonable number for that? Capcom's response, I don't know, 50. There's one. Get out of here, crab. Two. Three. Four. Five. We're 10% of the way there already. Six. Seven. 8. Nine. 10. That's 20%. $11. 12. This is a counting stream now. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. $18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. Don't we just keep counting to all sorts of exciting new numbers? How high can you count? 36. 36 is a pretty high number, but I bet we can count higher. $37. Do you know what comes next? $38. That's right, it was 38. 39. 40. That's as many as 4 tens. 41. 42. Many people say that 42 is their favorite number. What's your favorite number? Have we reached it yet? $43. 44. 45, 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. We counted all the way to 50. I'm proud of you. I bet you can keep counting, but this is where we will stop counting together for today. Show me what you're made of. Keep counting until you can't count any higher. This is no longer a counting stream. Oh, my cat was clearly busy. Alright, time for a quest where we actually hunt a large monster again. Okay, you know what? We're moving out of HR1 so that we can have a large monster that isn't a drome. Ugh. We're doing Green Plesioth. I'm not gonna like it, but we're doing it. And at least we have G-rank gear. Doing this because I'll have to eventually, and it's a palate cleanser from the damn Vespoids. And I bet that fish is coming down here. Yep, there it is. And now, hopefully, we go unspotted while we go in here to toss a frog. Alright, frog's in the water. We are not spotted. We should be good to go as long as that Vespoid doesn't do what it's clearly thinking of doing. Anytime, fish. This frog's here just for you. Why does this fish have to be so big? This is not a small green Plesioth. This seems to be a big green Plesioth. Or at least on the upper end of average. Why do I always get big fish? Why can I never have a small fish? Sometimes I want a small fish, game. Just to see what it's like. Worth. Just for once, I would like a fish where I could reach its belly without flinching it or knocking it down. The belly's nice and soft. The legs, not so much. I want a fish where I can reach the belly. Is it too much to ask? What, were you feeling dry? Oh hey, we broke the fin somehow. Right, because the belly and the fin are the same hit zone for some reason. I can tell you that Gravios' belly is basically always lower than Plesioth's. I can almost always reach a Gravios belly unless it's super massive. Whereas Plesioth, their bellies are generally higher up because their legs are like stilts. Yep, that face fin is folded, which means this fish is nearing death. I like how I hit with neither of those hits of that charged attack because this belly is just too high up. There we go. Something with a little more substance than 50 Vespoids. Also, there were multiple occasions where my eyes caught the broken back here. And my brain was like, back fin not all the way up. Fish almost dead. And then I'd looked at the head fin and it's like, no, it's not. It is not almost dead. Stop lying to me, brain. The back is broken. You know this. wasn't my biggest fish, but I knew that already. Oh, there's a rainbow. I need to give Trenya some points. I feel like we've had a little too much excitement in our lives. Time for some mushrooms. What's the deal with this spot and only having one mushroom in it? Also, what's the deal with having a second gather 20 special mushrooms in low rank quest in the hub? It's just a literal repeat of a quest that they already had me do. It's not like the mushrooms get any harder to gather. Seven to go. But Seth, they don't actually give you resource points for the mushrooms you gather in this quest. The 20 you gather just go to completing the quest, and you can't have more than 20 in your inventory at a time. This quest does not force anyone to have additional mushrooms, or additional points, rather. This mushroom really is special, because there's only 2 here, but we just gathered 3. One more. Of course. Gotta go over here for our last mushroom. Yeah, capped out on special mushrooms. Turning them in for the quest doesn't get us points. Didn't have a very good time, did you, Trenya? But he brought us a true armor sphere, which is good. We needed one of those. And now our whole armor set is fully upgraded. So Trenya brought us 2 points of defense. Which, hey, I'm cool with that. And we have another capped cat. Alright, it's time for something riveting. A bulldrome. And not like the last bulldrome, this one is on a mountain. Which I believe you'll find to be a completely different experience. Because you see, instead of being in a field of grasses, it will be standing on snow. I joke, but I do appreciate when there's actually multiple quests or quests in multiple locales for each monster. Like, one of the best things they did with post-game additions in Monster Hunter Rise, specifically Basil and Valstrax, was have their quest cycle between all the different locales, while still having one clear count for clearing them all. Like, honestly, that was a masterstroke. GU just had a different Valstrax quest for each locale, but you only ever got one at a time. And you had to clear them all in order to get your full clear badge. But then Rise, it's just like, hey, do one of them, you've done them all. And I think if every single monster in Monster Hunter Rise had a quest like that, that just cycled between every region that it could be in, it would be a much more interesting time. And Drake, great. The last Bulldrome I did was still in Hub 3-star. It was just in the swamp instead of here. Because there's 2 Bulldrome quests in Village 3, or in Hub 3-star for Bulldrome. Straight grade, I would say that Rise is also lacking Crown Party quests like they had in World and Iceborne. Maybe they're waiting for Sunbreak to do it so that they don't have to have them be split across high rank and master rank. It's possible, but like I would have liked to have Crown Parties there to pass the time. Quests where it's easier to get crowns are always welcome. That was one of World's best ideas, was having those quests. Alright, that bull drum was too exciting. Time for 20 Genpei. I wonder if they were to do equivalents of Greatest Jagras and the names Lavasioth, the quests for the monsters that were hunted the most and the least in World. If they were to do that in Rise, I have to wonder what the monsters would be. I'm guessing Great Izuchi would probably be the one that was hunted the most. But who would be hunted the least? My guess is probably Tobi Kadachi, because it shows up in the same tier as Zinogre, and Zinogre is far, far more popular. can't imagine Aknosom being the least hunted. Like, sure, it stops being relevant fairly quickly, but while it is relevant, it's most hunters' first access to both green and blue sharp. Not to mention having a pretty good-looking armor set. Like, in terms of skills, it's not necessarily amazing, but it looks nice. So I'd imagine Aknosom probably isn't going to end up being the least hunted. But then there's also the fact that rampages are going to skew numbers, because unfortunately, some monsters, when hunted in rampages, count towards hunting monsters more, which means it's definitely not going to be Rajang as the least hunted. He gets hunted a lot in rampages. Honestly, he might be the most hunted. If not for the fact that Grady Zuchi is the one monster that every single player hunts. Drake Grade, if we're talking only about players who really stuck with the game, then yes, Magnamalo would probably be the most hunted. But if we're talking about all players who ever hunted a monster in the game, it's basically forced to be Grady Zuchi, because Grady Zuchi is the one monster that everybody hunts. And we do have our bias. We only play with people who stuck with the game. But there's a lot of people who bought the game, played it a little bit, and then dropped it. It's the same reason Great Jagras was the most hunted monster in World. But Magnamalo's gear being so useful is definitely going to prevent him from being the least hunted. That much we can say. Yeah, my guess for least hunted is Toby. Ooh, yeah, Great Baggy is also likely to be pretty low down there. Argyros, I think, is safe from being the least hunted by being one of the earliest monsters in the game. Honestly, Great Baggy is probably in that same boat. Tobi Kadachi is fairly late, and I'd imagine not as many people had reasons to hunt it more than just the one time. Because again, Zinogre is available at the same time, and Zinogre is vastly more popular. So there's also the possibility that Juratotus is the least hunted. Because it only shows up in high rank. And it's not the most popular fight from what I've seen. Yeah, Juratotus did have some good armor pieces. Maybe Volvidon. Volvidon's not super popular either. Time to hunt down the Velocidrome. Yeah, generally for a monster to end up being the least hunted monster in the game, it needs two things to be true. One, it needs to appear relatively late game. Like, the later in the game it appears, the more likely it is to take the spot. Provided, number two, it doesn't have equipment worth making. So, for example, Lavazioth in World, its equipment wasn't super worth making. It appeared late into high rank. And, or no, wait, yes? Was it high rank? Yeah, you didn't get to go to the Elder's Recess until high rank. So yeah, it appeared late in high rank. Its gear wasn't worth making. And also there were no mandatory quests where you had to hunt it. Plus it was just unpleasant to fight in that game. So, late game, gear nobody wants, and a hunt nobody wants to do for fun. If it's got those three things, it's going to be the least hunted monster in the game. I should be looking straight at the base camp from here, but all I see is water. Ooh, bunch of screamers. Let's see, how many quests do I still have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Mountain herbs time. We're gonna finish these quests and then call it a night. Once I am done with 3-star, I am done with this stream. And when I'm done with this stream, I'm going to have to give Freedom Unite a break for a while. Because all these late nights playing this game is keeping me from doing other stuff. And there is one other stuff that I specifically want to use my free time to do these days. The early access to the new expansion for Final Fantasy XIV just went live, and I'd like to use my free time playing that. I would stream it, but I want it to be nice and pretty in 4K, and I can't stream while playing in 4K without completely killing the frame rate of either the stream or the game. And then there's also the fact that, like, starting a stream of an MMO from the most recent expansion, when it's such a story-driven MMO, the viewers would miss out on so much. And I don't want to start a new character either, because I want to see the new stuff. So yeah, FF14 is for me, myself, and I. Unless they do another Monster Hunter collab, in which case I'll show that off, but I doubt they're going to do another one. But because it's a game for me, myself, and I need to have time somewhere to play it, and that time is going to be in the time slot where I would otherwise be playing this. So basically, until I work my way through the story of the new expansion, Freedom Unite's going to be taking a backseat. FF14 has a lot of very powerful story beats, Drake Great. It's still an MMO. If you're not a fan of MMO gameplay, you're not going to be a fan of FF14. But I'd say it's definitely on the better end of MMOs. It's the best one I've played. I enjoy it. It's got a lot of nice features that I appreciate. And the writing is very good for an MMO. Very good. But, again, it's an MMO. I get by just fine by, basically, my goal is to just see everything at least once. I don't fall into the whole gotta get on the treadmill to get better and better and better gear always forever trap. Like, I'm not the kind of player who has to have the best gear available in any given patch. I don't do the hard mode encounters, I just do everything the first time through, and Maybe I'll spend a week or two getting some gear so that I can more easily get into the next content that releases. But other times I'll ask a crafter friend, hey, can you make me a set of gear so that I can do this? And they'll usually say yeah. So it's a fine experience as a casual player, which is what I am. Yeah, the new expansion is in fact supposed to basically be the conclusion of the main story that they've been weaving for the entire game so far. And after that, they're going to move on into a new story arc or maybe something else. I don't know. But this is going to be the conclusion of the overarching story they've had going since the beginning. Seth, major scenes do have voiced dialogue, but there is far too much dialogue in the game for them to voice everything. So, like, major story scenes will have dialogue, but general chatter between the characters, even on story quests, will still be non-voiced. But, yeah, there's still a lot of voice work. And interestingly enough, between A Realm Reborn, which is the base game, and Heaven's Word, the first expansion, they actually changed every single voice actor. Which is really jarring when you first reach Heaven's Word. But the new voice cast, with like one exception, are all knocking it out of the park, feel completely natural in the role. And yeah, they do good work. What they did for the voice actor changes, like, it was some union thing or other, I think. But also they went from using American voice actors doing sometimes not the best European accents to using actual Europeans. So, yeah. Gendrome time. I'm gonna just throw myself down at this thing. It's right there. Gendrome, come back here. Come back here, you jerk. Gendrome. honestly my biggest gripe with FF14, going back to that, is, and it's something that they've improved but not gotten rid of entirely, because it's such a story-focused game, because it's such a story-focused game, in order to move on to the next expansion, you have to have completed every main story quest there is up to that point. Which, sure, fine. Playing through the whole story? Fine. Each expansion story, within its main story for the expansion, is typically pretty darn good. But it's an MMO, and they have to keep it alive between expansion drops. Like, they have to have support between the release of Expansion A and Expansion B, for example. Which means that over time, after the release of Expansion A, they're going to keep adding on more quests to Expansion A. So that players have something to come back for, something to do. And those quests will often lead to new dungeons and stuff, but there's also a lot of quests that are just there to get story out of the way between the expansions, to basically have something happen between the main climax of Expansion A and the beginning of Expansion B, because they don't just go directly into one another. That gives no time for rest, no time to have tensions ease. And there's a lot of between expansion quests. They have reduced the number for the first while, like when they announced that they were doing a New Game Plus thing where you could re-experience the story. They also trimmed the fat from the story. They trimmed out a bunch of quests. When I first started playing, the purgatory that exists between the base game and the first expansion was 112 quests. You had to do 112 quests between clearing the base game and being able to start the expansion. And because I was basically doing all of the content that I could while going through those quests, like I was doing my daily dungeons and all of that, I believe I started the first expansion like 2 levels away from its level cap. I think that 112 quests has been whittled down to like 70, which is still a lot. But it's not as much. Yeah, Seth, I started playing the game after the release of the second expansion. Or at least I started playing it seriously. I had dabbled a little bit during the PS4 beta. Because, hey, free beta. Got to like level 14. And then dropped off until the announcement of the Monster Hunter collab. And those 2 words, Monster Hunter, in that order, with nothing between them, do a really good job of getting me to give things a try. And so at that point, I basically just started powering my way through the whole thing so that I could play the Monster Hunter collab as soon as it dropped. But I started playing before they pruned the quests. Yeah, MMO subs can be very hard to justify. I feel like just playing through FF14 for the story, I get what I'm paying for. But I also have a bunch of friends to play it with, and all of that. I can... and I also cancel my sub once I'm done with the story. Come back, like, once every few months when there's enough new content that I feel like I can play for a month. Generally do it in a month where there's not another game I'd rather be playing. Which I feel like is the way to play an MMO if you're going to play an MMO. Unless you're the type of person who can go whole hog into it. Which I am not. Not anymore. There was a time when I got really big into World of Warcraft. Like, it was my game that I played for a good while, to the exclusion of almost everything else. At the time, World of Warcraft was my social life. It was my game that I played for fun. It was my every game. And I just can't do that anymore. In Wrath of the Lich King, Seth, I went and got basically every achievement that was available to me. Like, pretty much every achievement that was available to a single character. I went for it. I got all of the dungeon achievements. I got all of the raid achievements. I got all of the questing achievements. I got all the achievements for collecting stuff. I went hard. And then the next expansion dropped and there were a ton more achievements, and it's just like, do I have the energy to do this again? No. No, I do not. And so I stopped going for all the achievements. I started playing much more casually. And I found that I had a much better time doing that. Like, playing an MMO casually just for the story and to see the content, and then dropping it to play other games rather than staying on that treadmill week after week after week after week, doing the same content week after week after week after week, hoping that the RNG says I get a better thing this time. I was the raid leader for, I think, 3 separate guilds during my heyday. I was made the guild master of one of them when the previous guild master left. But then, yeah, I fell off, and I haven't played World of Warcraft in multiple expansions, and with Blizzard's name now being mud, I have zero intent to ever go back, despite how much money I spent on that game, both in terms of subscription fees and also I bought a few pets and mounts from the cash shop because I liked them, and at the time I thought, hey, you know what? I'm enjoying this game so much. Blizzard deserves some extra money. So I will always remember one fun interaction I had with a game master in the game. I had experienced some bug or other that needed Game Master intervention to help me out. So I submitted a ticket for getting help, and the Game Master showed up, asked what they could do to help. I told them. They did it nice and quick, asked me if there was anything else they could do for me. And I told him, well, I don't expect you to, but it'd be cool if I could have a pet, a cash shop pet. He was like, well, let me take a look. Yeah, I see that you've been a loyal subscriber for a while now. I think we can do that for you. Which one would you like? I told him, and he gave it to me. Got a $10 cash shop pet for free because I decided to jokingly ask for one. That was a nice interaction, and of course, that GM got a 5-star rating. And it looks like the Gia Prey quest is the last non-gathering quest we have. That was the wrong button. Yeah, my general philosophy when it comes to playing games that encourage you to play daily is I drop them as soon as I realize it's feeling like a chore to play. Like, if I'm not looking forward to playing it for like multiple days in a row, if I feel like, oh man, I gotta log in, once I notice that I'm feeling that way, that's when I know it is time to drop that game. Like, if I'm not happy to be logging into a game, then it doesn't deserve my login. And sometimes there's still that lingering, like, oh man, but I'm going to miss out on some stuff. And what if it's only for now that I don't feel like logging in? What if I feel like logging in and having a good time with the game? Down the road, maybe I'll miss out on some stuff that I could be getting by logging in right now. And that's always there, that feeling. Because that's literally what is being designed into the game. They want you to feel like you're missing out, because that way you stay on the treadmill, you stay an active player, and if you stay an active player, that means that you are more likely to be converted into an active payer. Be it when they release a sequel, or if they release DLC, or any other kind of transaction. So that's literally part of the design, is making you feel like you're going to miss out if you stop. And that's predatory. It's very hard to get out of because it's designed to be very hard to get out of. But once you realize that A, that's what they're trying to do, and B, that, again, you still don't feel like logging in, then it's a little easier to make yourself stop. It's not easy, but it's easier. And even games that are legit free, or, well, not necessarily free, but games where either you're already done paying, like it's got a box price, and you paid it already, or games where maybe there never was a price to pay. Even on games like those, if you feel like it's becoming a chore to log in, if you're not excited to play it, then just don't. Animal Crossing is like that for me. Like, I go really hard into Animal Crossing games whenever they come out. Except City Folk, that one sucked. But, like, the original Animal Crossing Wild World on the DS, Animal Crossing New Leaf on the 3DS, Animal Crossing New Horizons on the Switch, all of them, I played every single day. For most of them for nearly a year. New Horizons, I actually, for the first time ever, made it past 1 year of regular play. Like, not missing a day. And I enjoy my time with them. Every day it's like, okay, I get to do something new today. I get to see what the shop has in stock. I get to see what other developments have happened in my town. If it's the start of a new month, I get to have a lot more gameplay than usual because there's new bugs and fish to go after. So, Animal Crossing I go hard on for a long time with each release, and I have a good time with it. But then, there comes a time where it's like, okay, I'm literally only playing this game to make sure that my town doesn't get worse. And my house has everything that I really want in it. Everything else is just there to go into the catalog so that I can say that I have it. That's not compelling. That's not exciting. I log in to look in the shop, see that it yet again doesn't have anything I want, go pull the weed or two that are in my town, and call it good. And so I start missing a couple days. But then, it's Animal Crossing. If you miss a couple days, it's like, but what if something happened on that day that I want? I'm going to have to change my system clock so that I don't completely miss those days. I can get it done and get each one done in 10 minutes. But then they start piling up and piling up and piling up. And the whole time I'm feeling bad, like, oh man, I'm going to have to do so much to get started playing again. And then when I realize that that's how I'm feeling, like, I don't want to play because I feel obligated to do all of that, well, that's when it's time to stop playing that Animal Crossing game. And thankfully, I now know from 2 Animal Crossing games in a row that if they do add new content to an Animal Crossing game these days, they include a mechanic that makes it not so bad that you missed all that much time. Both New Leaf and New Horizons, when they got their big updates, added a feature that's like, hey, your town's covered in weeds. You can now say, hey, one time, please get rid of every weed in my town. That's it. So yeah, now it's much easier for me to let go of an Animal Crossing game. And the new expansion for New Horizons, I was playing that daily for like 3 weeks. But then I stopped because I felt like I had gotten everything I wanted out of it. I remodeled my house, I did a bunch of happy home designer type stuff. But then it's like, I've got everything I want. This is still the same game that I've played for over a year. So I think I'm going to call it good and, yeah, stopped playing it. And man, it feels so nice getting all of that time in my day back. Time in my day that I was spending playing Animal Crossing for over a year. I was usually spending about an hour a day. And when I dropped the game for the first time in like May, suddenly I was getting that hour back all the time. And that was nice. And then I picked it back up, was playing an hour or two a day. And it was fun for a while. But then it stopped being as fun, so I stopped and I got that time back. It's nice. It's freeing when you learn to let go of a game that you're not in love with. Because really, there are too many games out there to spend all of your time playing a game that you're not in love with. Every game needs to end at some point, whether that be the game itself or your time with it. As soon as you're out of love with one game, you are now free to go find other games that you might love even more. And with the rate of games that are being released, like the number of games being released every single year, chances are not a one of us has yet played our favorite game of all time. Assuming we still have a decent amount of our lives left. Like, if none of us ends up meeting a tragic accident, then chances are, at some point later in our lives, we will discover, eventually, the game that is our favorite of all time. It's possible we've already found it, but it's not likely. And these gathering quests, I'm not even... Well, no. I am going to visit the farm in between them, because otherwise I'm throwing away good honey. Seth, that's true for you right now, but maybe someday when you're like 83 years old, you'll be playing Final Fantasy 47, and Final Fantasy 47 will just blow FF7 out of the water completely. You'll be a transformed woman. You'll wonder how you lived your whole life without ever playing Final Fantasy 47. Also, they're really going to have to speed up Final Fantasy releases in order to get there. But hey. I am going to be skipping the kitchen. As while my cats could use levels, I'm pretty sure they'll all hit level 9 before I'm done with high rank. And yes, F, it is unlikely, but you can't say it's impossible. and just purely in terms of number of games available versus number of games that specifically are FF7, chances are, eventually, you might find a game that you like more than FF7. Just by law of large numbers. The chances that a game that has already been released will end up being your favorite of all time is relatively low. Kind of miss when I was a kid. Like, specifically the way that there were fewer game releases each year. So every time I got a game, I had the ability to fully play it, get everything I wanted out of it. I was able to be a completionist, feel happy about what I did in every single game, like I wasn't missing anything. I said I wasn't going to do kitchen. Yeah, like every game I got, I was able to play to completion before I ended up getting another game. And I didn't feel like I was missing out on games. I didn't feel like I was missing out on parts of games that I was playing. I felt completely satisfied with every single game. Right now, I have more free time than I did back then as a kid. I have more time that I can dedicate to gaming. And yet, I have so many more games that I cannot possibly play all of them. I cannot possibly play all of them to the end, much less to completion. I can't see the credits in every game that I have. If I'm honest, I probably can't even play every game that I have without feeling like I am sacrificing something in some other game that I like more. Which is sad. I would love to be able to play every single game that I own to a degree that satisfies me with that game. Some games, that won't be playing them all the way through. Some games, it'll just be playing them, seeing what they're about, and then deciding they're not for me. Because I buy a lot of games without playing demos or anything, because they seem like the type of game I would like. I'm very rarely wrong, but it has happened. But there's a lot of games that I own that I have literally never played. And that's going to remain true forever. Because I can't go unbuy those games, and some of them, I know in my heart, I'm still never going to end up playing. There's not enough hours in the day. There's not enough games that I do not care enough about for me to eventually get down to those new ones that I'm not 100% super sure, yes, this is a game I'm going to love. Like, yeah. Generally, if there's a new Monster Hunter game coming out, that's going to take priority over everything else, and a lot of those other games that come out while I'm still big on that Monster Hunter game, they're going to get lost to me forever. Because there's too many games that I know I want, at least to some degree, coming out all the time, forever. And it's never going to slow down. But that's the way life is, I guess. I don't get to choose what games get released. Best I can do is, I guess, further hone my ability to discern which ones I would like even more. Maybe eventually I'll get good enough at knowing that to be able to play or to be able to only buy games that I know for a fact that I will get to and that I will really love. But I don't expect I'll ever get to that point. I think I'm just going to end up buying more games that I'm never going to play, playing most of the games that I buy, and enjoying what I do play. But there'll always be the ones that fall through the cracks. Because that's life. There's so many games coming out, it's basically unavoidable. Unless I cut back my spending to only buying a new game when I am completely done with whatever I already have. But I know I'm not going to do that. I usually play multiple games in parallel. Maybe it's not that many, but like right now I'm playing Pokemon and Monster Hunter Freedom Unite in parallel. I'm adding in FF14. So yeah, it's just the way I am. It's the way things go. I miss the way things used to be, but they're never going to be like that again. I can live with that, but sometimes I wish that wasn't the case. But anyway, it is now time for me to get to bed, since I have finished the Hub 3-star quests. And yeah, we don't have that much low rank left in this game. And we'll be picking it back up whenever I'm done with the story of FF14's newest expansion. So yeah, next stream is going to be tomorrow afternoon for more Pokemon. And then the next stream after that, probably Monday. So, I will see you then, friends. And thanks for joining me while I got all introspective like this. See you around.